Hello there, and welcome back to the lands of Aecathan, our 100th episode.
Woohoo!
So, for the 100th time, I can tell you, no professionals, no fancy tech, just a group of women playing an all-original game of Dungeons & Dragons. I'm Jeff, the Game Master. Did you know there's a position in the Jogravanan hierarchy whose sole responsibility is to give short but important tests to their novices? It's their High Inquisitor.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
He writes these himself, folks.
I do.
But,
That was nice.
Yeah. Well, you know.
No one would ever accuse him of having manners that were rehearsed.
No, of course not. So, it's been an interesting trip to get to 100 episodes. We've gone through, as a group, more real-life ups and downs over the last 2+ years than I think a lot of gaming groups go through. And yet, 100 episodes, we're still here. I think that's worthy of a congratulations, everyone.
Yay! Through personal crises, pandemics.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, as you can see, we're dressed in our finery for this evening. And tonight should be, if it goes as I planned, very interesting. There's always the chance that it's not going to, of course, because, well,
we're not you.
these 4 ladies run the show. I'm just here to facilitate their adventures. So,
It'll be interesting either way.
Yeah. I'm either going to be really happy by the end or really frustrated by the end. But either way, it's going to be a good show. So, let me bring you up to speed on what happened last time. The ladies of the 4 began their day in the Failfury Sanctum, where Tasha had an early morning meeting with High Artist Boffin of the Dressfiend Temple to advise them that the assembled clerics, bards, and paladins should make certain that each slave is what they seem and not actually a Jogravanan spy.
Yeah, that's right.
Then it was off to Thunder's Edge and a leisurely early morning reunion with Aloric at the Ivory's Wrath, where they heard that Lord Tremaine's health continued to decline since the last time they were there. Shortly thereafter, Arelakis arrived to consult with the group and led them back to his office in the Lord's Keep, explaining along the way what he'd observed regarding his ruler's behavior. Once in the building, Arabelle was able to get in to see Lord Tremaine and attempted to diagnose what was happening to him. Following a hunch, she cast Remove Curse and somehow was able to free Tremaine from a terrible lethargic confusion. Afterwards, the group began to suspect the Thwilnu of being behind his decline. Gwenlauren provided him with some magical protection, at least for the next 24 hours, against a recurrence of his malady. He then requested, after hearing their updates, that they continue on their mission to discover what has captured the attention of the Jogravanans. After returning to the Wrath and addressing Wiggy's faux pas with Cannith, and saying their farewells to Aloric, the 4 utilized their teleportation circle ability to transport to the capital city of Aermagh to bring their news from and of the Oasis to Lord Bonethane. After setting up an appointment with the Lord Seneschal, the ladies took a swing through the shouting pirate and got to witness a truly stupid bet. After drinks with Jojo, they returned to the keep and met with his lordship, bringing him up to speed on the Oasis, Western Aecathan, and the malady Lord Tremaine was suffering from. After asking them to check in on Strafsoman's dawn before they returned to the desert, Bodenthane drafted a quick proclamation identifying Arabelle, Gwenlaren, Tasha, and Zorith as official emissaries of the nation of Aecathan, in case it might be helpful. The four retired to the Duneshadow estate for dinner and preparations for a quick stop in the dawn before returning to the desert to continue investigating the Jogravanan's intentions and activities. And that is where we pick up this evening. So, Adventurers 4, over to you.
We're at Gwen's, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You are indeed at Duneshadow Estate.
Of course, I'll spend some time checking in with the staff and making sure that all is as it should be.
Sorry. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Finish that. Sorry.
A quick meeting with Krosk allows you to find out that things are going fine. You have begun to receive invitations to balls and dinners, but all of them have come from the minor houses. So Krosk has been returning them with your regrets, but your professional duties prohibit you from being able to attend. He informs you that should invitations come from the intermediate houses, those might be something you would want to accept, and anything from the major houses is something you absolutely should accept.
I tell him that he's doing a great job. Praise the staff for their improvements to the estate while I've been gone, and generally try to convey my appreciation.
He is very practical and formal as usual. The one person that does not try to contain their delight in seeing you return is Girta. She literally hops.
And I ask her what she's heard through the grapevine, because she's always an invaluable source of the best gossip.
Oh, goodness. Well, let me see. Well, the big news is that everybody's wondering exactly if we're still going to war with the dragons or not now that the good dragons are here, because they haven't attacked us in quite a while. And people are starting to question the taxes that the Lord has been levying to keep the army up to date and ready to go. But I also hear that there's some sort of offensive on the loading dock, literally. And not quite sure what that's about. But I know it involves a lot of soldiers and many, many ships. And I'm betting this is being done in cooperation with the Metallics, but I haven't been able to find out anything to say that for certain.
Okay, that's some pretty good information. At this point, I don't have much to tell you other than have faith in the armies. They are ready, and I believe there is collaboration with the good dragons, so have faith.
So will it be all right with your ladyship if when I'm exchanging these sorts of pieces of information I can pass along that the army has your full support?
Yes, they do have my full support.
Right, I'll make certain that's known. to the right people.
Good.
There's been some mutterings. Some of the young men in the minor houses have been making noises about inviting you to balls so they can, plead their suit. And, well, I know that Kroska's basically told them all no.
Yes.
And that's good, but just so you're aware of what's going on, it's just a typical maneuvering that goes on amongst the minor houses.
To see who can get the newest noble to show up.
And to see who can get the newest noble in bed. If you pardon me, ladyships. If you don't mind me saying so.
No, I don't mind you saying so. Thank you for that information.
Because all the young men, and even some of the not-so-young men from the minor houses, this would be a step up for them if they was to marry into your house.
I see. Well, you can let it be known that at this point I have no intent to marry. But I am sometimes interested in a good bed partner, so I'm not ruling that out, but I am not looking to wed.
I'll make certain that everyone hears the first part. Might let the second part be known to a couple people if they impress me enough.
Sounds like a plan. Anything else that I should know about?
Not that I can think of, not that it'd be of any interest to you. Just the usual goings on in town. This person sleeping with that person, this person backstabbed this person in business, yada yada.
Well, it's always good information to have.
Right.
If you're interested, we do have a tale of our latest exploits. We've recently liberated a bunch of people from Jogravanan slavery.
Huh.
So, yes, I'm sure Tasha will tell the story at dinner. So, stick around. I think you might hear an interesting tale.
Oh, thank you, your ladyship. I absolutely will.
And of course, it'd be wonderful if that news spread.
I'm quite certain that it will.
Good.
Well, is there anything else that you need me for before dinner?
Not at all, but thank you.
All right. Well, I'll see you when the food's ready.
Very good.
All right. So, anything else anyone would like to do before dinner?
I should probably send a message to Warbender.
Oh, okay.
Sir, reporting in. Rescued Jogravanan slaves. On our way to the dawn. Have been asked to contact Western Aecathan for Aermagh.
There's a pause. Thanks. What the fuck is Western Aecathan? Are ye in town? Can I come see you?
So I sent him another sending. Yes, I'm at Gwen's estate. Please stop by.
On me way.
Sorry. So in the morning, if we travel to the dawn via teleportation, because we don't have a circle, right? then we'll either need to stay the night or we can go back somewhere we have a circle and then we can teleport back to the oasis the next day, right? You can only teleport once.
Correct.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Teleport or take the circle back to the edge and stay in our house overnight and then leave from there.
That'd probably be smart. Get our supplies and rations and everything we need to travel and
Okay.
Yeah.
All
That makes
right.
sense to me.
Dinner arrives. Hold on a moment, I'm trying to find notes here. Ah, there we go. Okay. And it is an impressive spread, what you've pretty much come to expect. It appears to be some sort of meat medallions that after you try it turns out to be Theranok.
Ooh.
And fresh bread, vegetables, some fried spiced potatoes.
Mm.
Krosk did come in at the beginning to say that several of the other staff have expressed a desire to hear this tale that Tasha will tell, and he asks permission to sort of assemble the staff in the room after everyone's done eating.
Sure.
Very
Does work. Come for dinner?
Yeah, does Warbender show up for dinner? 'Cause
He
we've
shows
got
up.
to-
He shows up about halfway through. When you're eating, Cross comes back in and announces him.
Please have a seat. And we'll get you something to drink. And are you hungry?
I just ate,
No. Well, then a drink then.
but a drink would be appreciated. So,
Yes.
you're not talking about Romani when you say Western.
Okay, so we were asked by Thunder's Edge to check on what the Jogravanan were doing.
Cross clears his throat.
Should I bring in the staff?
I'll tell an abbreviated version of this in a minute. Let me.
Very well.
Okay. We were asked to go check and see what the Jogravanan were doing. We discovered that there was a large group of Jogravanan who were traveling with what could only be slaves. This upset us. We talked to one of the dragons in the area, and she mentioned that there had been a oasis not that far away, and that we might be able to get more information there. So we went to the oasis, and believe it or not, there's basically a town around a large mass of water that is magically protected for the use of people in that town, in the oasis. And they're good people who really didn't know that much about our part of Aecathan, but they knew about a western Aecathan that is further than the Oasis, that is filled with villages and towns and good folk who, because I'm guessing, have lost all contact with us in, the last 100 years.
And you believe them?
You mean the people in the Oasis? Yes, we do.
Aye.
As it turns out, that's where young Gwenlaren is from.
I thought she was from Thunder's Edge.
She was rescued as a child by the people of Thunder's Edge, but they didn't know where she actually came from. It turned out that she and her parents were attacked on the way to Thunder's Edge. And her family thought she was dead.
So not only a discovery, but something of a homecoming.
Yes. So
Well,
we got to know them pretty well.
congratulations, Lady Duneshadow. That's got to be a blessing.
It is, indeed.
So yes, the people of the people of the Oasis seemed very credible, and I think Western Aecathan is real. So Thornsbane, Bonethane asked us to go introduce ourselves and see if we can start some kind of relations with those people.
Makes sense.
And if I remember correctly, you were headed into the desert to try to find out what the Jogravanans were doing.
We're still working on that, but I think they're headed towards Western Aecathan.
Oh,
So it's possible that they might need some help.
that's potentially very bad.
Mm-hmm.
If this Western Aecathan, if their first knowledge of us comes from the damn Jogravanans, they're not going to be very happy to see you.
Well, we'll charm our way.
Aye.
That's why we're emissaries.
Yes,
Oh,
we've been.
emissaries now.
I know. There's too many titles. It's ridiculous.
You're going to need to start bringing horses just to carry all your damn titles.
I agree.
You think the dragons would know anything about this Western Aecathan?
Well, they had heard of it. Right?
Because you have keen mind,
Yes, thank you.
you would remember that
Gago.
Gago had said they were aware of it, but Western Aecathan was the domain of the gem dragons, the neutral
Oh, that's
dragons,
right.
and therefore very few of their number ever went there because it was considered kind of,
Rude.
invading territory.
Okay. So I tell that to Warbender.
But the neutral dragons are gone now.
That's correct.
So that means there's a vacuum where it comes when it comes to the dragons.
Yes. They
Wait,
probably haven't seen
wait.
any dragons for quite some time.
There were gem dragons, neutral dragons.
Yes.
And what happened to them?
The evil dragons killed them all.
At least that's what we understand.
It's possible that there might still be a couple, but none of the metallic dragons have been able to find them.
Every time I think I'm done being surprised, I talk to you for.
You're welcome.
Keeps me young.
So, we're going to go tomorrow to the Dawn to talk to my aunt.
Let's see. What can I tell you?
Oh, yes.
Word coming from out of the Dawn. Lots of talk about this doppelganger, who I understand isn't actually a doppelganger. It's a code name of some sort.
Yes.
But apparently, that's Lady Strafsoman's muscle.
Yes.
And if what I hear tell is true, said muscle is responsible for a significant number of disappearances. Some of them they recover the bodies, some of them they don't.
He's pretty good at his job.
I have my suspicions who it is, but haven't proven it yet.
All right.
I think it's her big man Krendal.
Maybe. What's going on
is
with...
is that something we need to look into? Like, what kind of disappearances? Are they worrisome disappearances, or?
Oh no, she's cleaning house. The
Okay,
people
that's what I thought.
who won't follow the new line in the Dawn.
I just wanted to make sure.
Some of them disappear only to show up in other places. Some of them disappear and then they find the bodies. But one way or another, they're leaving that community.
All right. What's new for what are the new orders for the army?
Oh, how'd you hear about that? I thought we'd been pretty quiet.
You know, we hear things.
We've got intelligence coming from the metallics that are serving as our scouts. They have located the floating base that the metallics are launching their attacks from.
Oh.
They've basically built a floating island. And that's where the dragons are, and that's where the orcs are.
Oh, wow.
That the chromatics have been using, right?
Right.
Okay.
And
So you're going to take it to the chromatics and the orcs.
we are. There's 10 galleons stationed about quarter of a mile off the coast, continually obscured in a fog bank. And we've been sending men out at night in rowboats, slowly populating the ship. We've got several of the dragons that are going with us, some in the air, some on the boats. We've got representatives from the tower that are going along with us. So we'll have a decent amount of magic. And our goal is sink the island.
Do you need assistance?
No. Nope, this falls on our shoulders. And this is the sort of thing we've been preparing for since the dragons first showed their faces again.
Be sure to let people know of your successes afterward. I know that some are concerned about the taxes, so knowing that their tax dollars have made them all safer would go a long way toward easing tensions.
That's good advice. I thank you. I'll do just that. But first, we have to sink the damn island.
Indeed.
Well, you know, if you need help, just call for us. We'll come.
Aye. Unfortunately, by the time I know if that's the case, I may be swimming back.
We can move quickly.
Aye. I understand that. But we've got to let this play out.
Indeed.
We've got probably the largest force assembled since the Dragon Orc War. And we've got metallic dragons riding along. I'm feeling reasonably good about our chances.
Me too.
Hearing this information tells me one thing I didn't know, and that's that there's a finite number of chromatic dragons and a finite number of orcs, because they've only got whatever they've put on that island. And reinforcements are likely weeks away.
Good to know.
So, we're planning to launch, I think, about 6 more days. We should have everything ready.
Best of luck to you.
And to you. It sounds like we've both got our wars to fight.
Yes. And I mean, I think it's safe to say we've annoyed the Jogravannans.
Oh, they'll be telling tales of this for quite some time.
I'm not sure that's accurate. If I'd suffered such a colossal failure as those in that caravan did, I wouldn't want anyone to know about it.
But I am writing a song.
They may not be able to avoid that publicity.
Well, it's a matter of if it ends up down in their damn temple so that our own people hear it. For us to know, that's just bragging rights. But for them to know, that might sow some confusion and some unrest. But I haven't a clue how you'd get it down there. We don't even know where down there is.
I know, it's hard to find.
Well, it will be hard to hide that caravan coming in without their usual staff.
Nah, it's the desert.
There's lots of peril.
They just make an excuse of fighting some monster and sending the slaves out first and them getting wiped out. It's easy. You just have to think like someone with absolutely no morals and no principles. And then it becomes just another day. Yeah. Welcome to the dark side of intelligence work. You gotta get inside the mind of your enemy.
That's true.
And sometimes it's a damned uncomfortable place to be.
Understood.
All right. Well, I've answered your questions. I've had my questions answered. I should probably get back. But,
Safely.
even though it's really not my place to say, good work.
Oh, you're still my boss.
Technically. But I have no doubt, give it another year, maybe even 6 months, you'll be pulled in the same rank as me.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's a lot for me to think about.
Aye. Because then they're going to want you to stay put.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So, avoid that promotion for as long as you can if you intend to keep wandering.
Noted.
Well, I wish you all good evening and luck on your travels.
Thank you, sir.
And he
Good luck to you.
stands up, Krosk opens the door and follows him out.
All right, Krosk. Now I will tell the story.
Well, Krosk is not in the room at this
I'll
point.
wait for him to come back.
Yeah. So he comes back in about a minute.
Now I'm ready to tell the story.
Very well.
Where's Gerta?
Hovering outside as usual.
Gerta, please come in. We wanted you to hear this story as well.
So he opens the door and you hear, ow! That wasn't very nice. Stop listening at keyholes and you won't hurt your ears. She's ready for you. I'm fetching the rest. So Gerda comes in, rubbing her ear.
Oh dear.
Well, it was interesting.
Wasn't it though?
And now I know what the ships are.
But don't tell anyone
No,
when
no, of course
they're
not.
planning the attack.
Of course not. That's information for me. If the wrong people are starting to get the scent, I can feed them something that's the wrong information and send them off in the wrong direction.
Good.
I know how
Yes,
to do
good.
this game.
You're a treasure.
The door opens and Toss comes in, followed by Kaelin and Denora and Vok.
Everyone, please come in and have a seat. We have a story for you.
And you're gonna love it.
Gerta?
All right. So everyone sits down.
And I tell the full tale of Jogravanans and freeing slaves and the Oasis and all of the the half-human scorpions and our flying carpet and of Gwen finding her true family.
Although when you tell this tale to others, please leave the information about my family out of it. They're safer that way.
I will not put that in a song.
Of course. We all will always keep your confidences, milady.
The rest of the tale is fair game to spread. And in fact, we'd appreciate if you helped.
And I'm turning this into a song, but it's not quite ready yet.
Understood.
Are there any questions?
Denora kind of sits up.
If in your travels you happen to have a chance of capturing one of those scorpion things, I'd like to test my mettle against it.
Ugh. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
They are formidable.
And really gross.
It doesn't sound like they're very nice at all.
No, they're not.
Just if you are able to test your metal, remember you need to do it off premises.
Denora just kind of gives him this look.
Very well. We thank you, your ladyship, for sharing your tale with us, and I speak for all of us when I say that you continue to make us proud.
Thank you. And I appreciate all of your efforts here in keeping the manor and estate running so smoothly that I can go on these adventures and not worry about what's happening here.
You see everybody except Krosk, of course, kind of, oh. Mm.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to your duties. Your rooms have been prepared, and the guest rooms have been prepared as well.
Thank you.
If you would like an after-dinner drink, I shall be available. Otherwise, I am at your beck and call if something occurs during the night.
An after dinner drink would be lovely.
Perhaps a round of our usual.
Very well. I actually have procured something new.
Oh?
We will see if it meets with your approval.
I'm sure it will.
And he goes out and comes back in with an interesting looking bottle. It's frosted. It looks kind of tiered down, frosted glass, with a cork that actually is surrounded on the outside, or the top of it anyway, with sort of like a gold lace. And he brings it in, sits it down, grabs 4 little aperitif glasses, opens it up, pours in a beautiful golden liquid, puts them on a tray, brings them to the table, and sits one down in front of each of you. Says,
This is something new from the pressings at Romani. I heard about its arrival in Aecathan, or in Aermagh, and thought perhaps you might enjoy it, so I procured a bottle.
Thank you for your thoughtfulness. I'll pick up mine and take a slow sip.
it
I will as
is
well.
a strong but smooth ginger liqueur.
Ooh.
This is delicious.
Excellent. I am very pleased that you find it so. Well, I shall leave the bottle.
Very
And
well.
wish you a good evening.
Sleep well.
And he walks out.
I sip some more. This is very good.
It's very smooth.
Did you want to try some, Sori?
Yeah, it's excellent.
There's tea if you'd prefer, Arabelle.
Thank you.
How good is it? It's like super, super good.
Yeah.
I'll slide my hand over and I'll just kind of grab Arabelle's and slide it back my way. Like super obvious and super slow, like kind of looking at everybody like, mine. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's really good. Probably like real world, it would go for about $200 a bottle.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
Interesting.
Well, the rest of the evening is yours to do with as you wish. The rooms are indeed ready.
What time is it?
Trying to remember where we were. 7:30, 8 o'clock probably by the time you're done with the liqueur.
Well, everyone, you know where your rooms are, and certainly if you wish to bathe, the facilities are available. I'm going to head up myself, unless you need anything else from me this evening.
Not I.
Okay. Then I head up, and I think I'll go out on my usual perch.
Well, you do have the Widow's Watch up there now.
So I'll check that out.
Okay. There is a circular ladder in the hallway now it's not very large. One person, medium to small sized person can go up at a time. And there's a trap door at the top that bolts from the inside. And when opened, it allows access to about a 12-foot circular platform, which has been built on the peak of the house, right in the middle. And there is about a 2.5, 3 foot high wooden railing all the way around.
Great. I'll go up there, I'll close the hatch, and just kind of sit and survey the space, enjoy the evening air.
There are benches, so there is something to sit on, and they're just the right height so you can sit down and just comfortably lay your arm on the top of the railing.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it's a cool night. It's still, right now, probably right around freezing. But looking around, it seems there's significantly less snow than there was the last time all of you came to Aermagh. So it seems like maybe the season is beginning to march towards spring.
That's good.
I go to look for Cross.
Okay. And he's in his office.
Because Gwen's estate's always warm, right?
Yes.
Except,
the courtyard is always warm.
Right. That's what I meant.
On the roof, not so warm.
Right. The courtyard. I kind of knock on the door.
Yes, Lady Arabelle.
I was wondering if it was possible to obtain some flowers from the yard.
Certainly. Do you have a particular shade in mind?
No. It's just rare to get fresh flowers this time of year.
Will you need them immediately, or will the morning suffice?
If it's not too much trouble, tonight would be lovely.
Very well. If you'll excuse me, I shall ask Girta to go collect some.
Thank you. Arabelle will go find her warm cloak.
Okay.
Once they're ready, she will go for a walk.
Okay. Yes. Girta comes back with a small bouquet of multicolored flowers. She's taken a little bit of ribbon and tied the stems together so it's easy to carry.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Not at all. Will you be needing an escort?
No, I know the way.
Very well.
Thank you. Bundle up and head out into this cold night.
Okay. The streets are not bare, but not busy. A few people pass by periodically.
And she heads to visit the cemetery.
Okay. There is no one else there, although there is a light on in the caretaker's shack.
She spends a little bit of time, leaves the flowers there, sits in the snow for a little bit, and then walks back.
Okay. The graves all appear very well taken care of.
I'm sure her parents take care of that.
Yeah. All right. Tasha and Zorith.
Yes.
Gwen's on the roof. Arabelle's gone walkabout. What are you doing?
I am in my room trying to finish the song.
Okay. So Tasha's working on the song.
I'm just trying to figure out in my head some of the options for what we're going to do with all the extra people. Just trying to think of different things that they can do and think about the orphanage, and then I'll just go to bed.
Ooh. When I'm done, well, I'll stop noodling and send a quick message to my aunt. We're going to stop by and see you tomorrow just to check in. We should be there, I don't know, not somewhere between 9 and 10.
There's a pause.
So nice to hear from you. We'll look forward to your visit. Lots has happened here. I think you'll be impressed. I look forward to seeing you.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So many communications.
Well, the night passes uneventfully. In the morning, you've completed a long rest, a very nice long rest. And the air is filled with the aroma of coffee and bacon and cinnamon.
Oh yeah. I go to see where all of that is coming from.
Okay. Well, it's in Gwen Lauren's personal dining room, not the public one. But there are tureens on the table with candles beneath them and lids on them. A quick inspection shows eggs, potatoes, bacon, and a platter of steaming frosted cinnamon rolls.
Ooh.
As well as a thermos of coffee, a thermos of tea, and a pitcher of some sort of juice.
Yum.
I get myself a coffee and a cinnamon roll, and I eat that first.
Okay.
And I wait to see who else shows up.
I wander down. Load up.
It's all very good.
Morning, Tasha.
Good morning.
Make any progress on the song?
A little. I also sent a message to my aunt to let her know we were coming by today.
Very good. Are we going to broach the idea of some kind of school or?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes, we will start talking about that. And I also want to talk to her about the freed people.
Yes. I think those may work well together.
Yes. And did you sleep well?
I did. Well enough.
And that is all we can ask.
Where's everyone else?
Well, I'm still waiting. I'm sure Arabella's probably doing her morning prayers. And she'll be down shortly, and Zori might still be sleeping.
I didn't hear any movement.
Want me to go check?
Sure.
All right. I go to Zori's room and I knock.
Man,
Good morning. Are
I'm
you coming?
just writing in a big book. Writing in
Ooh.
a journal or whatever it is that I write in. Sorry, I had some things to catch up on. I'll
No,
be down.
that's all right. All right. I'll see you in a few. We go back downstairs and I say she's journaling.
Interesting.
And then I
Yes.
go downstairs.
Arabelle probably wanders down about that point too.
3 cents war for attention. Coffee, bacon, and cinnamon. And they all 3 get stronger as you approach the dining room.
I indulge.
Now that I've finished my cinnamon roll, I will add more of everything.
Okay. Is there anything that you would like to do in Aermagh before you travel to the Dawn?
Like, we don't need any special anythings. We have our rug. We're gonna get supplies from Thunder's Edge from our house. I think we've got everything. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm fine.
Yep.
All right.
I might check out, before I leave, I'm going to go to my office and check out that scrying ball.
Okay.
I haven't tried it out to see if it works or how it works.
Can you cast Scry?
I don't think I can, so I'll have to ask one of these that have.
Okay. You don't need to be able to use the crystal ball. However, not having cast it before, you're not personally familiar with the ins and outs of the spell. So, what exactly do you do? And the ball is sitting on its stand, which has been repaired. It looks beautiful now, and the ball has been polished, and, you know, it's just sitting there waiting.
Is that something, I mean, I would know which of us could cast Scry. Would it be Tasha?
Well, make an Arcana check. Well, I think this is the first roll of the night.
17.
If memory serves, crystal balls allow anyone to scry.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be someone who can normally do it otherwise.
Ooh, that's awesome.
Okay. Then I will ask to look in on Aermagh.
All right. So exactly what do you do?
I wave my hands around the top of the ball and say, "Show me Aermagh."
Nothing happens.
Is there a code word or?
Not that you're
I mean-
aware of.
Okay. Well, you said that you didn't have to have any special ability.
Right.
So do I do a certain check or something? Super helpful. Okay, I go and get Tasha.
Okay.
Okay.
Make it go.
I cast scrying on the ball.
Okay. First, make an Arcana check.
Okay. $17.
Crystal balls are enchanted with the ability to scry. They have that power themselves.
Okay.
It's just a matter of activating them.
Okay.
And usually it has to do, there's some sort of touch involved.
I touch the ball
Okay.
like this,
Okay.
and I say, "Show me the dawn."
Gwen, to your eyes, the ball does nothing. Tasha, a light appears in the center of the ball and slowly brightens and expands until you are seeing a bird's eye view of Strafsoman's dawn.
How does it look?
Better. It looks cleaner.
Mm.
It appears, it's hard to tell detail from the distance that you're seeing it at. It appears that some of the buildings have either been refurbished or are in the process of being refurbished so they don't look seedy.
Show me my aunt.
There's a twitch and nothing happens.
She must have one of those stones or necklaces.
Can I try?
Yes. So, as far as I can tell, you should touch it like this. With these three fingers, with the thumb and these two fingers, and then ask it for what you want.
I watch carefully and I do exactly as she's done.
Okay.
And I say, "Show me Arona."
Tasha,
Yes.
to your eyes, the ball just darkens until it's back to normal. Gwenlaren, a spot of light appears in the center of the ball and slowly swells to a dim image of your cousin sound asleep.
Ah.
I saw her. She's sleeping.
Because it's about 4 hours earlier in the oasis than it is where you're at.
Ah.
Very interesting. Okay, I wanted to see how it worked. Thank you for showing me, Tasha.
No problem.
I don't remember when our necklaces were supposed to be finished.
You have 11 days.
Okay. Shucks. Okay.
I am keeping track.
Right on, 11 days. Sweet. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Continue to rock.
So I'm ready to go now.
Me too.
Where would you like me to put us? In the front, right out front, the gate of her keep? Or that's probably the best place to put us. So if I remember what it looks like, I'll go right around to the, not to that door. Yeah, we'll go all the way to that door. The hidden door on the side, I'll just put us in front of there.
Okay.
And cast, if we're all ready. Cast teleport.
All right. A slight wrenching sensation is followed by colder air and a bit more snow on the ground. And a particular piece of wall that you know contains a secret door. And you
Okay.
find yourselves in Strafsoman's dawn.
So let's go through the secret doorway and make our way up to my aunt's room.
I mean, I was just gonna have us walk around and come in the front, like.
Oh,
maybe we
that
shouldn't
makes
be-
sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe
that-
we shouldn't.
okay,
I
sorry.
stop her.
All
I
right,
just didn't want
sorry.
to like have us appear like right in the front and be like, "Ta-da! Hey guards, what's up?"
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Probably a good way to get shot.
go around to the front.
Hey guards, what's up?
Good morning. Is my aunt here?
I'm kidding. I didn't do that.
I know you didn't.
Jeff is looking like he's rolling. I didn't do it.
No. I was rolling to see if the two guards recognize Tasha.
No.
And did
And
they?
one of them does.
Good.
Snaps to attention and looks at the other one and just kind of gives him the snap to attention kind of look and says, "Good morning, lady.
Good morning.
How can we help you this morning?
Is my aunt available?
She is in residence. Just go. Well, just go straight in,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll send someone to have Kylandril meet you.
Great. Thank you. So we go.
Okay. Let me go ahead and switch stuff around. And there we go. It caught up. Good. Okay. As you enter, walking in from the right is the very large half-orc, Leena's right hand, Kylandril.
Good morning, Kylandril.
Morning.
Is my aunt available?
Yes, she's expecting you.
Excellent.
Follow me.
Okay.
He leads you through a door into a sitting room, turns into another room with a staircase, leads you up the stairs, through a library, and into a room I don't think you've been in before. It looks like a pub.
Interesting.
And your aunt is sitting on a stool at the bar, sipping something.
Good morning, Aunt.
Ah, well, good morning, Tasha. And good morning to the rest of you.
Okay.
Hmm?
This is where I have to look stuff up, so hold on for a second.
Fair.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I was looking to see people's passive perceptions, and I saw Arabelle's.
And it's just too high.
Yep. Leena leans back and pops one hand in the pocket of her robe and says,
Tasha, Lady Arabelle, Lady Zorath, Lady Gwenlauren. It's wonderful to have you back in the Dawn.
How have things progressed?
Well, the removal of those loyal to my brother and his son has progressed. I have capable help. Those who could be convinced to leave have largely done so. Those who could not be convinced to leave have done so against their will. The ones who remain, who perhaps are not as enthusiastic as I would like, at least are keeping their heads down and not causing problems. At least, not that I've heard of. Between Krendal and the Doppleganger, there's now a solid rumor spread through town that I have a cadre of skilled mercenaries at my beck and call.
That's good.
Yes. And apparently, even I don't know where they all are at any given time. So there's a level of paranoia that I find I'm strangely comfortable with amongst the less enthusiastic members of the community.
Yes, it's good to keep them guessing.
Yes. Those who seek only to live and to better themselves and their loved ones through legal and ethical means do not fear this supposed mercenary squad, for they know they've done nothing wrong, and that I am nothing if not fair. This reputation, I believe, is helping convince those who might have been uncertain about remaining, given the changes that I am making. It's giving them pause to think that perhaps it might not be so bad to do things my way.
That all sounds promising.
The rumor of the fierce and magically enforced loyalty of the squad of enforcers, however, definitely helps keep both sides feeling an appropriate way. Those who
Good.
wish to be here feel safe, and those who might consider causing problems feel watched. When in fact practically no one is, but they don't know that. In this way, I'm letting rumor work for us.
Mm.
There's a knock on the door to the room.
Enter.
And a young human girl, brown hair, probably about 16 years old, comes in with a tray of bread and cheese and meats. Just snack stuff. She sets it down on the bar, curtsies. Leena looks and says,
Thank you, Vela. That will be all now.
she curtsies, turns, and walks out.
Have I talked to you about starting a school?
I do not think so. Let me get you all something to drink, and then we can discuss this. We'll sit at one of the tables. I don't mean to make you sit at the bar. I just happen to like the idea of starting my day in my own personal pub. Your uncle called this the Ruddy Explorer. It's an adequate name. But what can I get you? We have most everything alcoholic, and a few things that aren't.
Tea or coffee?
Tea I can do easily. Coffee I would need to send out for.
Tea sounds great.
For me as well.
She gets up, walks around behind the bar, and picks up a steaming kettle and begins to grab mugs from underneath the bar. Pours 2 cups of tea, hands them to Tasha and Arabelle.
Thank you.
Lady Gwenlaren, Lady Zorith.
Do you have cider?
Yes.
I'd enjoy a cider.
She reaches down and pulls up an earthenware jug and grabs a small glass,
One for me as well.
and she grabs another glass and pours
Yeah,
2
sorry.
and hands them out.
All right, come. Let's sit and tell me this idea.
Well, I have a couple ideas, but I'm going to start with the school. There are children around here, and maybe even a little older, who don't know any geography, arithmetic, reading. But I would also, once that's established, I thought maybe they could be trained for different skills so that they have a skill that they could possibly get work with.
Something in the nature of an apprenticeship,
Yes.
but done through the auspices of a school.
Yes.
can honestly say I've not heard that before. It is an interesting idea.
And, you know, the people that were slaves, they would be able to get that training as well.
Now I see the connection to me.
Yes.
And how would this school pay for itself?
Well, I would be willing to pay for the good bulk of it. But once they start apprenticing out, perhaps those that they apprentice to could pay the school so that they would get new people to work for them. I don't know. I'm thinking about that.
Would this be in lieu of paying their apprentices?
No, the apprentices still need to be paid, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, so never mind that. I will start trying to think of ways for the school to make money, but because the students are not going to have money for it. But
Well, we
Yes.
talked about a couple of different options.
okay,
Having some students whose parents might want to send them for the training they would receive, who had the means. We could have them pay. We also could do some fundraising.
Perhaps have some generous donors and benefactors.
I think we might know some people in Aermagh that would be willing to help in that endeavor.
I do have to wonder. We're already considered the black sheep of the nation. We would get pushback. I have, as of late, been speaking with the Temple of Eidos, inquiring about taking out a loan from the church to pay for further renovations. This is possible, but their interest rates are staggeringly steep.
We've had negative experiences with the Church of Eidos, so not recommended if you have other options.
Well, it dawns on me, no pun intended, that perhaps part of this endeavor could be the establishment of a non-religious lending institution.
Ooh. That's a great idea.
As I said, we will get immediate pushback. I would not be surprised if the Eidosians close up shop and depart the city. But it dawns on me that with the new addition of the Temple of Tiraura and the Temple of Pharos that already exists, there is little the Eidosians bring to the town that these other two temples could not also provide.
True.
I shall have to think on this. There could be some very impactful ramifications.
If you saw fit to offer homes, land to the people that have been displaced, that have been freed. I believe land is something you do have in abundance. Is that not true?
Yes, and it is much easier to expand now that the wall is around Strafsoman is mostly down.
So if you were to offer essentially land grants where people could create a homestead, it would require land and some initial supplies, but they could then learn a trade, whether it's farming or to be a merchant or
Carpentry.
They could learn any number of trades, and then you would have a tax base as people become, financially stable to pull from.
Additionally, there might be an influx of people looking for learning trades and having no experience.
We kind of freed some slaves from Jogravanan.
Where did you encounter Jogravanan?
Out in the desert, of course.
Okay, there's a story here.
Yes, we were in Thunder's Edge, and the leader of Thunder's Edge asked us to find out what the Jogravanan were doing because they hadn't attacked the city for quite some time.
But that's what they do. They test themselves against the walls of Thunder's Edge.
And they haven't for a while.
Very suspicious.
It is. So while we were investigating that, we came across a large group of Jogravanan with a lot of slaves.
From what little I know, their economy runs almost solely on slaves. Even more so than Yaesef's did.
So I tell the story of the Oasis and how the people of the Oasis helped us barter for the freedom of the slaves. How that sort of didn't turn out as well as we had hoped, but we were able to save most of them.
Well, you've certainly made no friends amongst the Jogravanan.
We weren't aiming to.
But these Oasis dwellers sound like good people.
They are.
That they were willing to assist you in this endeavor speaks very highly.
Yes.
And where are they now? The slaves.
They are at the sanctuary, the sanctum.
Ah.
They're healing. Many of them were not in good shape.
I am familiar with the rigors of slavery upon individuals.
But once they are, they'll be looking for a means of sustaining themselves. And we thought that perhaps this would be an opportunity to build your base as well as provide a much needed home for these individuals.
Eventually, I believe that we could arrange something. For now, we are still hard at work finding places and tasks for those of our own that we freed.
Yes, I think we should start with the school and training people and children and grow from there. It will take time.
I will say the work of my mercenaries at removing the unwanted element has freed up several buildings. And so we've been using those as, resting places for now. Eventually, we hope to be able to house all of our former slaves in empty buildings here and let them call them home. Eventually, some may wish to expand or move out or found their own space, and we're making arrangements for something similar to what you suggested, Gwynlauren. But giving them the opportunity to find a place of their own and to begin to decide what it is that they will do with their lives. Not all of them stayed. Some of them returned to the communities from which they were originally taken. But there are some, I'm sorry to say, who were born here as slaves. Well, I think that this idea of yours, Tasha, has definite potential. I've been grappling with what it is that we will now be known for. As I've said, we've made some good steps. Lady Arabelle, you will be pleased to know that the temple to Tiraura, which the people have chosen to call the Sunrise Temple, is very nearing completion. It's come up very quickly. Lots of volunteers. The exterior is completed. The sanctuary is prepared, and services will begin as soon as the sanctification is finished.
I'd love to see it while we're here.
I'm sure that can be arranged. The only work, as I understand it, that still needs doing is the priests and acolytes' quarters are not complete, and the choir loft is not complete. We do now have our clergy. A young half-elven woman named Brenmara Zindan was sent from the sanctum.
Do I know her?
Make a history check. Mm,
25.
The name is familiar. You might have met her a couple times. She was probably a couple years behind you. And she was obviously on the priest track. But you don't remember anything negative about her.
I think I've met her.
She brought 2 acolytes with her, a dwarf named Sabak Cragfoot, who is quite a character, and a young woman named Inez Dutra. I've met with all of them, and I find them all very pleasant people. I am happy they are going to be part of our community. I have just, in the last week, undertaken a program to begin handing out grants to skilled tradesmen and tradeswomen who are willing to make this their point of origin for whatever it is that they do.
My initial thought was to set up the Dawn to be a place to find high quality yet affordable things for the home. Furnishings and tools and clothing. I currently have arrangements with general stores in both Kilcross and Greenborough to sell some of the wares that are made here. If this goes well eventually, I would like to expand to Romani Keep and perhaps even to Aermagh. But we will have to figure out getting things there. Greenborough and Kilcross, it is not difficult to transport. The other two, it's a bit more of a trip.
Those sound like good plans.
We have a friend who is a interior decorator in Thunder's Edge. Perhaps we can bring him for a buying trip.
Oh, that would be lovely. I would look forward to meeting any friend of yours. Oh, well. We've talked for quite some time. Why don't we have some lunch? And then let me show off a little. I'll take you around town and show you what we've been doing. It's time for me to stop in and speak to the merchants anyway. I make a point of taking a day each week to stop in and talk to them and see if there's any concerns that they have. And you may notice that at times I leave an establishment and then send Kylandril back. Sometimes they are more comfortable speaking with him than with me if there's a problem. But that's fine. He's part of my mercenary group. Kylandril's been standing against the wall next to the door this whole time, and this, he kind of goes, But let's have some lunch, and then I'll take you on the tour.
That sounds great.
Kylandril opens the door. She walks out, beckoning for you to follow. Leads you down to the dining room, where there is lunch laid out, and indicates for you to help yourselves. And as you eat and continue to chat, this is where we'll take our break. So, we'll be back in 15. Don't go anywhere. There's definitely more to come tonight. And welcome back. So, after lunch, Leena takes you out into the streets of Strafsoman's Dawn. Compared to the last time any of you were actually out in the streets, things are noticeably different. The first thing that makes itself apparent is the lack of the smell that there was the last time. The smell of refuse and
Many people.
human waste and unwashed humanity. That's largely gone. The air is clear. Occasionally, there's the scent of wood smoke or something someone is cooking. But for the most part, it looks and feels cleaner. As she leads you throughout the city, it becomes clear where the renovations have been happening. Some of the buildings still look pretty terrible, but some of them actually look pretty good now. They look like they belong in a prosperous city as opposed to some sort of run-down, seedy establishment. Periodically, she will stop in at a shop and introduce everyone and check to see how things are going. Sometimes there's no problems and they just say so and everyone continues on. Sometimes they mention a concern. Sometimes they say things are fine, but then give Krendal a look. And after everyone leaves, she sends Krendal back to speak with the proprietor.
Right.
She takes you past the temple, but there is currently a lot of work going on and workmen going in and out. Leena tells you that probably in the evening after the work is done for the day would be a better time to visit if you want to meet the new priest and the acolytes. All in all, it's very promising. It feels like there's real progress happening. And before you know it, it's been about 5 hours of just sort of wandering and meeting everyone.
Do we stop in the candle maker's shop?
Yes, that's one of the places that she stops.
They're doing well.
They're doing well. They make a huge fuss over Arabelle. And the older gentleman makes a point of bringing out the candles that he is making for the Sunshine Temple.
Well, she sincerely, thanks him. So, and have you had any luck finding your son a girl?
Not yet, but eventually.
If I see any, I'll let you know.
Thanks.
I know you want grandchildren.
While I'm still young enough to play with them.
But the candles are absolutely beautiful. They're actually a yellow base with swirls of orange and red up the tapers.
Pretty.
Yeah. Some definite high quality work. After the tour is done, Leena takes you back to the keep and brings you in to sit down for an evening meal.
Well, I appreciate you indulging an old woman, but I'm actually quite proud of what we've been able to accomplish in just over 6 weeks.
You should be very proud. You and your people are resilient when others would have given up.
Krendal, who's standing against the wall next to the door as usual, grunts.
I told you. Well, listen to me. I consider you to be a biased source. Whatever. I'm still right. Perhaps. But I do appreciate you coming along with me. It does everyone good, I think, to get to put faces to the names. They all know that you are responsible for the fact that we are able to make such changes. But they only know the stories. They don't know the people. So it's good that they've met you. They'll tell others. And you will be appreciated, as is appropriate, by all of the people whose lives you've changed. I can't offer much of a reward, but I can make certain that everyone knows exactly how much you helped them, even if they've never met you until today. I do have to say, he would not bring it up, but your candle-making friend is already doing an incredible business. Word got out that he would be supplying the candles for the temple, which apparently raised his profile significantly, and he has become somewhat in demand.
That's wonderful.
Yes. And his candles are beautiful.
He has a gift.
He does. I hope he's able to instill it in his son. Well, I am going to go settle down in my bed and read. This is quite a bit of activity for me. But I would encourage you to go and go back to the temple and introduce yourself to Bryn Mawr and her charges.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for indulging an old woman.
It seems only fair. You've done so much. The least we could do is take the time to see what you've done.
Well, I appreciate that. And I meant to ask, are you intending to depart this evening, or shall I have the staff prepare rooms for you?
If we could stay here for the night, that would be much appreciated.
I will ask them to prepare suitable rooms. You need only ask any of the staff when you return. They will be able to tell you where.
Were we going? I thought we were going back to the edge, but it doesn't matter.
Oh. Well, I was thinking we could go back to the edge tomorrow.
Okay.
We're gonna stay here tonight?
Mm-hmm. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. Well, enjoy your walk. I would say that one of the other things that's changed is the fact that it's no longer dangerous to walk the streets of the city at dark.
You've had no trouble?
Oh, some. But Krendal has also been training the guards. And they're a bit quicker to respond and a bit more fair in their responses. It's not completely safe, but then I venture to guess nowhere is. But it's definitely safer than it was.
Indeed.
Well, I wish you a very good evening, and do give my best to Brynmara and her charges.
So we go back to the homestead.
The Sunshine Temple.
The Sunshine Temple.
Yes, we go back to the Sunshine Temple.
All right. Well, it is dark by the time you head out after dinner. And as you are walking out, you hit the corner of the path leading to the temple. Arabelle,
Yes.
you immediately get the sense of something terribly wrong.
I pull out my sword.
And appearing out of thin air, two large, hunched, foul-looking beings appear in the road. One red, one a sickly shade of yellow.
How are there other people around, or is everybody gone?
There's no one else on the street at the moment.
Okay.
And the two creatures stand just sort of swaying back and forth, claws undulating.
State your business.
One of them snarls. And from behind them, in the darkness, a voice rings out.
Well,
Uh-oh.
it appears that you have finally arrived. And now there will be a reckoning.
Ooh. A reckoning! Do we recognize this voice?
No. And out from behind a tree steps an individual dressed all in black, face obscured by a mask, carrying a greatsword over their shoulder, which they flip and put on the ground in front of them, roiling clouds of black energy falling from the blade.
Clearly a bad guy.
A reckoning for what?
You interfered where you did not belong. And there are 56 lives that you will answer for. Lives that belonged to us.
Oh.
Here to dive in.
He pulls his robe open, and you see armor, but across the armor, you see a bandolier. And as you watch, he pulls 3 Kylandril sticks in one hand and 3 Kylandril sticks in the other hand, and snaps them. I need all of you to make a lot of saving throws.
Remember, everybody has +5 to their roll.
Oh, that's bad.
Let's see.
What kind of saving throws do you want?
Gotta get the right window. All right, to start with, I need everyone to make 3 charisma saves.
So 34.
Okay.
$33. You said 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
$30.
All right. Who wants to make them next? All 4 of you need to make them.
13, 24, 16.
Okay.
Those are with +5.
Oh, those are not with +5.
Add
18,
5.
29, and 21.
There you go.
2 +5.
Okay.
Yikes. I rolled bad. I rolled a 4. I mean, I rolled bad. I did forget the +5. Thanks, Arabelle.
Thanks, Arabelle.
Go ahead, Arabelle.
I have 25, 33, and 25.
Okay.
I have 24. 22. And 12.
Okay.
With the 5?
Okay.
All right. Gwenlauren and Zorith, you are affected by Bane, which means that for the next minute, you must roll a d4 anytime you make an attack roll or a saving throw, and subtract it from whatever you roll.
Okay.
And now, I need you to make 3 wisdom saves.
Oh, good lord, this is gonna be bad. We're gonna.
Oh wait, who got Bane? Arab
Gwen
Or-
and Zora.
And
Well,
we
they
are.
are- Gwenlauren and Zorith.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Do we have a +5 on this one?
Yep.
Okay.
Any saving throw when you're within that close to me.
It's not gonna help.
Are any of these against being charmed?
No.
Okay.
You want mine?
Mm-hmm.
35, 28, and 24.
Did you roll the d4 and subtract them for each one of those?
I did not. So the first one was what? 30. What did I say? 35. So that would be now 33. The second one was 28. And that is now 27. And the third one is 24. So that's 20.
Okay.
I'll go now and get my crappy rolls out of the way. 19, 12, and 14.
Okay.
I got 21, 23, and 25.
Okay.
I have 26, 28, and 19.
Okay. Arabelle and Zorith. You find you cannot move. And now we need to roll initiative.
Okay.
Now I roll a natural 20, thanks.
21.
21.
Seven.
6. Hey, baby, welcome to the low numbers.
How did you get a 7? Isn't your initial like plus 15?
She's got those the minus from Bane.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not
That
a.
doesn't
Oh, no,
work
it doesn't apply for
attack and
initiative.
save.
Oh. Well then, add 2 more to mine.
So what
Like-
did you get?
Hold on.
You had
You
seven.
said it's
Oh.
7, so it's just 9.
So it should be. I mean, yeah, 28. It should be 28.
Alright.
I might have not added correctly before.
Like, I think that's lower than you can possibly get. Much better.
No surprise to anyone, Gwen, you're up first.
I rolled a 15. Oh, wait.
Yeah, Gwen's a 9. I'm a 6.
Oh, Gwen's 20.
Yeah, Gwen
I
is
got-
28.
I'm
Yeah,
super confused for Inish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got 21.
One.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. I couldn't remember if I
I
told you.
missed
Yeah.
that.
So I'm going to, as a bonus action, cast Hunter's Mark on the guy in the back.
Okay.
So Hunter's Mark. And I'll cast that at 3rd level. And then, let's see, so that's my bonus. As my regular action, can I cast a spell? So, like a bonus action of one spell and then a regular spell?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I could, but I wasn't sure.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to toss an arrow in the air and cast Conjure Barrage.
Okay. And how big an area does that?
That is a 60-foot cone. And each creature must succeed on a dex saving throw.
All right.
A dex of 19.
All right. And they take half damage if they save.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's 13 points of damage for all of them if they failed. And then for the guy in the back, he gets an extra 5 points of damage.
Okay. The two fiends, for lack of a better word, don't get out of the way. The gentleman in the back partially gets out of the way.
Okay.
And now it's their turn. Well, two of them. The red devil, demon, fiend, whatever, holds its hands up, and its taloned hands fill with a deep red fire. And then fills again and hurls 4 little balls of fire at Gwenlar.
Yikes.
Let's see, is your armor class still 16? No, it's got to be higher than that. Yes?
Class is still 16.
It's 16.
How? We need to get you some more armor.
I'm gonna help on my turn, but it's not my turn yet.
The first one hits you square in the face for 30 points of damage.
Ow.
Well, it rolled a 20.
Yikes.
The second one misses you. The third one hits you for 19 points of damage. And the fourth one misses you. The guy in the back pulls another Kylandril stick out of the bandolier and snaps it and vanishes.
We did decide that I cannot counterspell them, right?
Right.
Whose turn is it now?
Hold on.
Sorry.
He's not done. Gwenlauren, you are able to track the entity's movement. You suddenly know he's behind you to the left. About the same time, a greatsword blade appears out of the center of Zorth's chest.
Ah!
Gosh.
For 68 points of damage.
Is there anything I can do?
Nope.
Do you have any reactions?
It retracts and then emerges again from her abdomen
Oh, I'm gonna go down.
for 18 points of damage. Plus 15 points of necrotic damage.
Are you still up?
Barely. You should all run.
Okay. Now he's done. Tasha and Arabelle both go at 21.
I scream bloody murder. Ow.
Alright, so
Can I see this guy?
To your eye, he vanished. Make a perception check.
But also I scream, so...
You can't. You're paralyzed.
You didn't say I was paralyzed.
Yeah.
I'm baned and I cannot move.
Yep.
Oh, not like move over it. I'm paralyzed. You need to say that then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You. Sorry. It was hold person.
So you didn't say that. So I rolled a dirty 30.
Oh, okay. You catch movement off to your left, and you look over just in time to see the second strike.
How far away from me is he?
10, about 5 feet.
Okay.
Like if you move one square,
Then
you're in
I
melee.
Then I move one square and I hit him with my scimitar.
Okay.
$25 to hit.
Hits.
Okay.
He attempts to parry, but is unable to. Yes. You still have 25 feet of movement and any bonus actions.
So I back up.
Okay, if you back up, you will provoke an attack of opportunity.
Okay, then I
Stepping
don't.
out of threat
Then-
range.
Then I don't back up.
Okay.
But I give bardic inspiration to Arabelle.
That gives me a
D10. And Arabelle, it is now your turn.
Okay, I have a question for you. So I have a staff. Obviously, it's not in my hand, but it's on me.
Mm-hmm.
Can I use it? Because it's touching me?
I would say that as a bonus action, you could reach up and grab it.
I'm paralyzed.
Oh. Then
That's
no.
okay. So even though it's touching me because it's not in my hand, I can't use it.
Right. You have to make skin contact with it to activate it.
Right. Okay.
All right. Arabelle, go ahead and make a wisdom save.
24.
You are able, at the end of your turn, to break out of the paralysis.
Just wanted to check. Okay. And that is it.
All right. Now, it is the yellow demon's turn. It, too, holds its talons out, and its hands fill with that same deep red fire. And it flings them at Zoreth.
Oh, yeah.
So, 19 points of damage.
I'm down.
And then, it flings, it misses with the second one, misses with the third one, and the fourth one hits Zoreth as she's falling. Which means that you are now at
One failure.
2 failures. It was a 20.
Well then, this is exciting.
How many failures do you get?
3! And I'm still paralyzed, so...
Well,
Alright.
There's no way out.
all right.
Whee!
So, next round, going Lauren.
I mean, I don't even get to roll to
No.
save myself? Oh,
No.
'cause I'm dead.
Because you're doing death saves.
How far am I from Zori?
Adjacent.
Okay.
Can you not see the
Oh,
foundry
sorry.
screen?
All I see is
It's black.
black.
Yeah.
You'll probably need to move it. Because it's nighttime, so a good chunk of it is black, but there's streetlights and you're fighting in the streetlights, so.
Right click to
Okay.
move.
Got it. So I'm going to grab Zori, since she's next to me.
Mm-hmm.
Cast Greater Invisibility on her. Wait. Will Greater Invisibility...
If she pulls me out of there, will it do an attack of opportunity?
No, because you're down.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to do Greater Invisibility, but that doesn't... You can still see me, so that doesn't really help her.
Right.
So I'll cast invisibility on... No, it's still not going to work. Okay, I'm just going to grab her and fly straight up.
Well, you know you can, if you cast invisibility at 3rd level, you can make both of you invisible.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It says at higher levels, when you cast a spell using a spell slot of 3rd level or higher, you can target 1 additional creature for each slot above 2nd.
Okay, so it only shows invisibility up to 2nd level for me, for some reason.
Can you cast 3rd level spells?
Yeah.
Then you can cast it at 3rd level.
Okay, well then I will check off a 3rd level slot and cast invisibility on both of us.
Okay.
And then fly straight up.
All right.
Are there buildings around us?
Well, you're very close to the temple.
Oh! Dang it.
Like that corner that you're seeing, you were walking, turning off one of the main roads down the path that leads into the temple. So, you're really close.
I do get to use the scimitar to speed twice in action.
Oh, all right. Well, go ahead and take your 2nd hit, or you roll and see if you could if you do it.
Okay. 23.
Yep, that hits.
That's another 10 points.
Okay. All right. Well, it's the red demon's turn again. Going to hurl his fire at Tasha.
Of course he is. God bless it. I can't get both screens to work. I'm trying to do boundary and zoom at the same time and it's not working. There we go.
All 4 balls of fire strike you.
Jeez.
17 points for the first one.
know that I have an 8. I'm an arc clamp side 18.
Mm-hmm.
You said 17 for the first one.
Points of damage.
Oh, okay, that's not what I understood it to mean. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have your armor class. I know what
Okay.
my target is.
Okay.
So 17 points of damage for the first hit,
Okay.
22 points of damage for the second hit, 19 points of damage for the third hit, and 23 points of damage for the fourth hit.
23.
Yeah.
I have 20 points of damage. I mean, I have 20 hit points left. That doesn't make sense, does it? Does that sound right? I think I did that wrong.
That sounds right.
Okay. Well, we're all dead. Isn't that great? Happy 100th episode, everyone.
At this level, you don't stay dead, though. So.
Okay. Sure.
Let's see. So, the man in black snaps another Kylandril stick,
Great.
and you see his wounds close.
Of course, yeah.
Not completely, but enough. And then he turns, looking at Arabelle. Moves to her and attacks. Hits twice.
Okay.
The first one for 22 points of damage and 11 points of necrotic damage.
33. What was the necrotic?
11.
29.
And as he's delivering his second blow, he looks around and says, "When you meet your gods, tell them Larkenator sends his regards."
Larkenator?
Mm-hmm.
Is it Tasha and my turn?
Yep.
Is my cloak up? Like my hood?
Probably not.
Then I put it up.
Okay.
And I cast Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
Alright. I'm going to hit him, hopefully, with my sword.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll be using smite.
Okay.
Alright. 24 to hit for the first.
That will hit.
I gotta get some more dice. Okay, so the first hit is 9 points of regular damage, 1 point of cold, and 26 points of radiant. And one is a 21 to hit.
That will hit.
That is 7 regular, 18 radiant, and 1 cold. And I'd like to use a bonus action.
Okay.
We can't see. We don't know. We know.
You have no idea where Gwen or Zorith are.
Okay. Then I'm going to use my bonus action. Let me see. Do I have to touch her? 60 feet. Okay. I'm going to use a bonus action and cast Shield of Faith on Tasha, which will give her +2 to her AC.
Okay.
For the max 10 minutes.
Okay.
Unless I lose concentration.
All right. Let's see. At this point, a voice from behind Larkanator says,
When you meet Rexthor, be sure to tell him the Doppleganger sends his regards.
and a figure appears, dressed head to foot all in black, a full black mask with basically sort of like an oval, but the center of the oval is cut out, so it's kind of like two half curves connected in the middle. Red. Unearthly, spindly, curved arms. unusually long legs that are bent slightly, and a longsword appears in the center of Larkanator's chest. You see the inside of the basque immediately darken as you hear this individual cough, clearly coughing up blood as the sword retracts. Let's see here. And just as quickly as the creature appeared, the creature vanishes again.
Whose turn is it?
It is the yellow demon's turn.
Okay.
It lobs 2 balls of fire at Tasha and 2 balls of fire at Aermagh. The first one it lobs at Tasha hits for 16 points of damage. The other 3 miss. Zorath, I need you to roll a d20.
What did you get?
Oh, 16.
That is a success. You are now at only -1 death saves.
Okay.
All right. Back to the top. Gwenlaren, where are you?
I flew straight up. So
Okay.
I'm straight up still on the scene.
Okay.
And if I take if I attack, does she lose invisibility?
No, but you have to keep in mind you're holding her.
Right.
Like you're
No, if
carrying her.
Right. If I fly a distance away and set her down, can I step away from her and make an attack?
Let's see, you have 30 feet of movement, right?
Right.
You can get to the top of the temple.
Okay. Then that's what I do.
And that will leave you with 5 feet of movement.
Okay. So I place her down very gently. Step 5 feet away.
Or actually, no, you can get 10 feet.
Okay. Then I'll move 10 feet
Okay.
and cast so my bonus action spell is Lightning Arrow at 4th level.
Okay.
So So I'll cast that, and my action will be to fire my longbow at the guy.
Okay. Alright, go ahead and roll to hit.
That's a natural 20.
Oh dear.
So that is a 34 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And then that is 11 points of regular damage. Well, no, sorry. I take that back. It doesn't do regular damage because of the spell.
Right.
So...
And remember, you still have Hunter's Mark on him.
Right. Alright, so... he needs to make a dex save of 19.
Okay.
And then any creature within 10 feet of him must also...
Yeah, there's nobody but allies within.
Okay, well then, I will try to... Alright, so for him, it is 18 points of damage plus 2 more for the Hunter's Mark that's up.
Okay. Well, he staggers. He is clearly not doing well. Alright, that was the red demon's turn. And it is throwing at Glenmore. First one misses. Second one hits for 18 points of damage. Third one hits for 18 points of damage, and the fourth one misses. And it's Larkanator's turn. I need all three of you to make charisma saves.
You need all 4 of us?
Nope.
Who doesn't?
Zorath. Zorath is out of sight at the moment. Now, also, you don't get the +5
Why?
from Aermagh.
Oh, because she's concentrating.
No,
Why?
you're not sure, but there's something about this sword the guy is wielding that now that it's in close proximity to you, it's pulling at your life essence.
Ugh, that's awful. I got a 25.
Okay.
No, charisma.
Charisma. You're muted.
Sorry, 23.
23. Okay. And Aragorn.
It's 32.
Okay. Gwenlauren disappears.
This disappears?
Yeah.
That's scary.
Tasha, you can make an Arcana check. Arabelle, you can make a Religion check.
23.
15.
Arabelle, you're not sure what happened. Tasha, this has all the hallmarks of a banishment spell.
I don't know what that means.
I have that spell.
Gwenlaren's just been tucked into an extra-dimensional oubliette.
How do we get her back?
She'll come back.
Okay. All right. Is it our turn now?
Yes. Tasha and Arabelle.
So, oh, sorry, go ahead.
An 18 and a 20.
The 18 misses, the 20 hits.
18 misses.
Yeah.
No. Like, I'm sorry. 18 plus. I didn't add things.
Oh.
$24. And a natural 20
Okay.
would be 26.
Well, the 24 will hit,
Okay.
so go ahead and roll the damage for that first.
10 points of damage.
Would you like to describe his demise?
Oh. I slash his throat and he falls.
Okay. As he falls, his body immediately ignites.
Okay.
So both you and Arabelle need to make dexterity saves. And at this point, if there's a bonus from Arabelle, you get it. That pulling sensation seems to have disappeared.
30 points.
So we're making
My save is 30. Sorry.
Okay.
22.
Okay, you each take 6 points of fire damage.
Okay, so I'm at -2.
So I ignore that because I'm immune to fire, and I walk over to Tasha and I put my lay on hands on her.
Okay.
And she gets 65 hit points.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
It's way better.
And that is. We still have the beans.
Yes.
The yellow one is next.
Question. If I'm in another dimension, does my spell drop for Zora?
It's concentration, right? Yes,
Right.
it does.
Okay.
But,
So you can see her now.
well,
You want
she's on the top of the building,
Okay.
so she's obscured from sight of people on the ground at the moment.
Okay, good.
Zoreth,
Fiends.
you receive 43 points of healing.
Ooh.
That is
groovy.
good.
And mysterious.
As you open your eyes, you see a very strange-looking figure crouching over you.
Is it the doppelganger?
Uh-huh.
I gasped.
Let's see. At this point, the yellow fiend dissolves.
Interesting.
Zoreth, it's your turn.
What is a doppelganger? Do I start scrambling back from the doppelganger guy because I don't know who he is.
Okay.
Where
Well,
am
you are right there, right on the edge of the roof.
Yeah, be careful.
And he is right there, right next to you. But, if you were to scramble off the roof and extend your wings, you'd just fly down.
I can go to the south.
Yeah.
Right? I
Yeah.
can scramble southways.
Yep.
And put my hand out. And start looking around. And what am I doing?
Down on the ground, the figure in black is on the ground on fire. Of the yellow demon, there is no sign. The red demon is still there.
I look at the doppelganger. How is he presenting? Hands up, hands down?
He's just sort of standing. He's looking over the edge. Like when you scoot, he moves up to where you were and is just kind of surveying the battlefield.
Then I'm gonna look down at the yellow stupid thing.
Well, the yellow one's gone.
I'm gonna look down at the red stupid thing.
Okay. You are no longer affected by Bane, by the way.
I'm going to cast from the Staff of Frost. I'm gonna cast Cone of Cold.
Okay. And what's the save on that?
19 con.
Okay.
Hold on. 6, 7, 8. What is that number? Did he make it? Did he not?
You don't know. Just give me the damage.
44.
Ouch. All right.
And then I'm gonna do it again.
Oh. Okay.
So.
Might be a little angry.
Oh. Yeah, and I'm gonna use the Cone of Cold. I'm gonna cast it. So I have one Cone of Cold, Staff of Frost, and then one Cone of Cold actually cast.
Okay.
Okay. I'm still counting up here. That 4 is hard to read. One. Stupid 1.
Mm-hmm.
$38.
The demon
then-
freezes solid.
and then I basically lay down flat. Like I roll over and lay down flat so that they can't see me from the bottom.
Okay.
Well, that's the last one, right?
Yep.
Is it dead?
Yes,
Frozen.
it's frozen solid.
But we're not out of initiative quite yet. Lauren.
Okay.
You reappear right where you were. For a moment, you were in a gray, formless space just floating, and then suddenly you're back.
Now look around to see if there are any enemies to kill.
Make perception check.
That is a 22.
Zoreth is in a different spot than you left her.
Okay.
The Doppleganger is crouched on the corner. And there's a strange crackling sound coming from the body of Larkelvenor.
How far is that body from me?
Right now, about 15 feet.
I'm going to drop my bow, pull my short swords, and run to attack the body.
Okay, well, you're still up in the air. Because you were in the air.
No, I was up. I was next to Zori, 10 feet away.
Right. In the air.
Oh, I thought I was standing on the roof.
No, you moved back out away from the building, I thought.
Okay.
But either way, you can get there. You just have to
Okay.
fly there instead of run there.
Got it. I will fly there and attack the body with my short swords.
But. Okay.
All right, remind me again with short swords. So there's two of them. Do I roll once? Do I roll twice? Roll once for each.
You roll 3 times. So it would be right, left, right if you're right-handed.
Okay.
For the second one, you don't add your strength bonus for damage.
And the strength bonus is that the plus?
Yes.
Okay.
So you'd subtract that for the second hit.
Okay. So the first hit is a 25.
Okay. It basically don't roll a 1.
Okay.
It's a motionless target.
I second one I rolled a 2.
Oh, jeez. Well, it still hits.
All right. And the third one, I rolled a 19.
Okay, so all 3 hit.
Okay. And then damage.
Yeah, just give it to me in a lump.
Okay, and Hunter's Mark is still up. Does that still come into play?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
Wait a minute. Is Hunter's Mark concentration?
yeah.
It's not up.
Okay.
Because invisibility is also concentration. So it would have dropped when you cast invisibility.
Right. Okay. Yep, so that's 30 points of damage.
Okay. The body shows no signs of feeling it or moving or anything.
Okay. So I yell to the others. It's making a crackling noise. Don't you hear that?
Make a perception check.
It's a 21.
In a moment, the thought forms, the Kylandril sticks are burning. I wonder if that's bad. And then there's a massive explosion.
Oh no.
Oh no! You said that.
What? Oh, because you lit them. Got it.
So everybody needs to make a Constitution save.
Dirty 20.
21.
Me too.
Zorith, you'll need to make it too.
Constitution.
Being that far away on the thing
Yep.
and rolled over on the.
Yep.
Big explosion. Big.
It's a 50-foot diameter explosion.
Oof. Sorry, buildings.
I rolled a 19. What am I doing?
Constitution.
27.
Okay. Zorith, you take 31 points of damage. It's fire damage. Is it? Yes, it's fire damage. So, Arabelle, you won't take any because you're immune to fire damage. Everyone else, including the Doppleganger, takes 63 points of fire damage.
Down.
Who's down?
I'm back. I have 4 hit points.
Okay. So Zori and Gwen are down.
I'm not down. I have 12 hit points. Because he gave me 43.
But you took 60.
No, she took 30.
She took 32 because she was the only one who made the save.
Gotcha.
Oh, thank goodness.
All right. So I run to Gwen. I'll cast Spare the Dying first. That'll just make her 0.
Oh my goodness gracious. Can't handle this.
What a jerk.
I was gonna get him to. How far away is Zori from Gwen? Because I moved there.
She's up on the corner, well, up on the wall. She's right here.
Okay. I just need to know what range she's in.
From you,
Yeah, I just moved.
20 feet.
Okay. Then I'm gonna use the staff and I'm gonna cast Mass Cure Wounds.
Okay.
It's 3d8. Jeff. You wanna roll? Everybody gets 27 points.
Okay.
I think I can use it twice, so I will do it again.
Including me?
Yep.
Yay.
And the Doppelganger.
Yeah, that's good because the Doppelganger got hit as well. I only rolled 11 that time.
I got 12. And everybody gets another 24. Tasha, I think you can do that from the loot as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna. It's not from the loot, but yeah, I've got mass cure wounds.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was on the loot.
No, it's 3d8 plus 4. You want to roll off against me? I got 13.
I got 18.
Okay, 18 plus 4, that's another 22 points.
All right.
Apparently we need to have more of those Kylandril sticks. Jeez.
The doppelganger swings down from the roof, landing fairly lightly. The doors to the temple burst open.
Is it on fire?
No.
Okay.
That's good.
And a young half-elven woman runs out and runs immediately up to the doppelganger, grabs them by the arms and says,
DG, are you all right?
he just nods.
I was so worried.
And then she seems to realize there's other people.
Does anyone else need healing?
I say I might, and I'm gonna do it because I haven't done it on screen yet. Is it maybe? I don't know. I don't have them.
No.
There we go. I'm gonna whip out my wings. I'm gonna pretend they're gold, and then I'm gonna fly down and get some healing.
All right.
Pretend they're gold.
I'm
gonna kind of roll over the edge and then just whip out my wings and kind of like float to the ground.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
She also casts Mass Cure Wounds, and everybody gets another 23 points.
That's cool.
That brings me almost to full. That's really good.
The doppelganger walks up behind her and leans down and whispers something in her ear.
Are you sure? Very well.
And she puts her hand on his arm and just kind of runs her fingers along his arm as she walks back toward the temple and goes back in and closes the door.
Thank you for your help.
You saved our bacon.
Owe you a debt of gratitude.
I'm extremely grateful.
The doppelganger stands for a moment, and then the hood and the mask just sort of dissolve. Oops. Can't do it with the headphones on.
And it's
Ready?
Jeff! That's who it is! It's Jeff!
And you see Athgar.
I knew it.
For frick's sake.
Looking a little different than the last time you saw him, there is a scar running from his hairline to the bottom of his jaw on the right side of his face.
I hug him.
I hug him too.
Kind of stiffens.
My Lord Athgar, Greetings. That was well timed.
I like when he stiffens.
Leena, let me know you were here. On her orders, I was shadowing you.
Good thing, too. Those Jogravonans apparently are really mad at us.
What did you do to incur the wrath of a High Inquisitor?
Oh, is that what that was? Oh, good to know.
Freed 6 Jogravanan slaves.
Yeah, we freed 56 Jogravanan slaves.
A High Inquisitor?
Yeah.
Is that what you said, Afgar?
I believe so, yes.
I'd say all of the Jogravonans are mad at us.
Well, the ones that know about it.
Yeah. Certainly the higher ups.
It's good to know before we head back to the desert.
Yeah.
Lady Leena will want to know about this.
Oh, we will tell her.
With all due respect, that's my job.
Well, with all due respect, she's my aunt, so I will tell her.
And he vanishes.
Okay, whatever.
There's no harm in him telling her. She'll still want to make sure that we're okay.
Yes, there's no harm in it, but, you know.
So, Thunder's Edge?
You don't want to spend the night here? Nope.
No.
We should probably tell Leena we're leaving, though, because she made arrangements.
I will send her a message. Leena, we're...
Ambushed.
Leena, after our ambush, I think it is safer for us to go to Thunder's Edge. We're leaving tonight. Teleport?
There's a pause.
What ambush? Are you all right? Wait. I see.
Send another message.
I'd prefer if you stayed here, if I have any say.
She wants us to stay. I know it's not comfortable, but I think we should.
Gwen, do you want to go to Thunder's Edge?
Our role is to be an ambassador, and we have work to do here, so let's do the job.
All right.
We can open a circle for you to sleep in Thunder's Edge if you'd prefer.
That would be not doing my job. It's okay. I thought it made sense to go, but if she insists that we stay, then we should stay.
I respond. We will stay. Thank you for your hospitality.
There's a pause.
Meet me back in the pub if you would. I think we all need a drink.
She wants us to go back to the pub.
I said he was different.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we know who the doppelganger is, don't we? one more mystery has been answered.
Go to the pub.
We go to the pub.
All right. When you get there, Leena is behind the bar, and there are shots lined up on the bar, and there are glasses of ale lined up on the bar. Krendal is in his usual spot, leaning against the wall next to the door, and Athgar is sitting by himself at the table that you were sitting with Leena at earlier in the day, nursing a drink. He is no longer in any doppelganger regalia. He's wearing brown pants, a tunic, a brown vest, scuffed boots. All of it muted colors. None of it in very good repair.
I go to his table.
I'm glad you're
Go to
all
the
right.
bar.
I'm glad you are.
I've survived.
Aerlocus let you know that your father's well.
Better, thanks to you, I'm told.
I sit.
All right, Tasha, Zorth.
I grab a shot and drink it.
Okay.
And then I grab an ale and I say, thank you. Most appreciated. That was quite the ambush.
So it would appear. Well, at least now you know for certain exactly how angry the Jogravanans are at you.
Oh, they are very angry.
They sent a High Inquisitor. They
Oh,
are
yes.
beyond angry.
Do we know that term?
Nope.
Okay.
What is a High Inquisitor?
She looks over at the table.
Athgar,
It's one of their elite assassins.
Ooh.
Each temple employs several.
I see.
If I had to guess, that was Rextharian.
How do you know this?
What's Rextharian? Is that was his name?
No, the god of.
An assassin from Rexthor.
Okay.
Research. I've been spending a lot of time watching in the temple.
Oh, I see. You have been going to the Jogravanan temple?
No.
No.
Scrying.
Ah.
I found holes in their protection.
Really?
It's
Do
a
you
hobby.
know? Oh, it's a good hobby. Do you know what they're doing right now? They haven't been to Thunder's Edge in quite some time, and we've been trying to determine why.
No clue.
All right. Well, it's worth a shot.
Any information you can share, though, would be useful before we head back to the desert.
Why are you going to the desert?
We're up trying to find out what they're up to. They seem to be traveling to the west, which we've come to learn is Western Aecathan, a separate civilization. So we're headed back there tomorrow.
Is this the same place that she talked about, that Alaric talked about?
Yes. It's real.
On the other side of the Dune Mount, we think the Jogravanan, some of them at least, are headed there. So that's where we're headed.
Also, there's an oasis in the middle of the desert
Go back.
of good folk.
Dune Mount. I don't know the term.
It's a very large dune in the desert that is off to the west.
Okay, oasis.
Yes.
Pull out a piece of paper and start drawing.
They're in the middle of the desert. They're about 3 days in. There is an oasis. Of goodly folk, actually. And they were the ones who told us about Western Aecathan.
How did we not know this place existed?
The Shattering.
Gago told us about the oasis.
She's well?
She is.
Good.
I'm glad that you're corresponding with Erlachis.
I was forced.
By who?
Erlachis.
All right. Well, I'm sorry it was forced, but I'm glad that you're communicating with him.
Mother Tasha had shared that you were safe, but not where you were.
And I'm
Just
glad that
take a
you're
drink.
helping. I'm glad that you're helping Leena. This is good work here.
Yes, he's been quite effective. He spent a bit of time perfecting that look, but it's unnerving and it suits him.
Well, your secret is safe with us. I think before we go, though, to the desert, that we should probably get some of those sticks. We need a little extra firepower if we're going to be followed by Inquisitors and whatnot.
I don't know how to get them. The Joggervanans make them.
Oh, that sucks.
I was going to search his body, but they exploded first.
Maybe we can get some staffs. What?
Leena, while you're talking, sits back, leans back against the back of the wall behind the bar, and just crosses her hands and bows her head and closes her eyes for a moment. Well, Athgar, you have done good and noble work here. But I think we can take it from here.
Source has allowed me to see that this is not your end destination. This was a stop along the way. Krendal can continue in your stead. I what? Have I done something wrong? No. It's simply time. For what? For you to begin to regain your balance. I don't understand. I know. But you will. But for now, I release you. I thank you for your service. But you have spent too much time alone in blood. It is not there that you will find your balance. And so, what am I supposed to do now? I don't know. Perhaps resume your travels with these four. Well, yeah, I'm not welcome.
That's a lie.
Really? And he looks right at Aermagh.
I look at Gwen.
Get the beer.
Here's what I will say.
You better, because I'm going to if you don't.
We love you and we respect you. And there is air that needs to be cleared between the five of us. And it might be awkward for a little while, but it's worth airing because the five of us do well together when we actually talk to each other. And we could use your help.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry that you got your feelings hurt. That was never anyone's intention. I know Arabelle, while she might have hurt your feelings, never meant to do so. She only speaks in love.
He looks at you very intently for a moment. And without looking away, you didn't tell them, did you, Arabelle?
No, I didn't.
Tell us what, Arabelle.
That I told him to go. Because Gwen was going to leave and I chose Gwen. We all did. We had a conversation. We said Gwen was not who we wanted to leave, so I told him he needed to go.
So you see, Zorth, I'm not welcome.
That's not the same thing.
Not the same
Isn't
thing.
it?
If we can come to an agreement where neither of you leave, can the five of us live together in peace?
Now he does turn to look at Arabelle.
I think you're recent experiences have colored your recollection of our conversation.
Additionally, these talks that we have and don't actually have need to actually happen. If there's no communication, we fail as a team.
That means that before any major decisions are made, all 5 of us have to agree, and we have to talk about it. If one of us tells you something and you don't check in with the rest of us, how are we to know if that's the right thing?
Tasha and Zori, you sent me to be the one to talk to him. You knew what I was going to do. So,
Yes. We knew that we were choosing Gwen. We did not know that you would take it so harshly and not want to speak to us afterwards.
I told you we loved you and that Gwen was in a bad place and needed to be with us. It was not a forever banishment of you. But that if Gwen left, she'd be all alone.
But not made this decision without discussing it with me.
You made the decision to leave without discussing it with any of us.
I do believe that my choices are my own.
You said if Athgar was there, you weren't going to be there.
That's not exactly what I said. I said that I thought he would be better off with you, and that I would be better living my life as an ambassador. I would not have been alone. I have a place now and a responsibility. And that was my right to make that decision.
Well, perhaps we were wrong. But we saw the hurt in you.
Because things had not ever been discussed appropriately.
Between you and Athgar.
Nope.
I don't think we need to get into that.
At some point, we're going to have to.
Enough has been said on that point.
No.
That's
You're-
not up to us.
I know you're not familiar with this, but I did send a letter that explained. So, I have made my point, and
I look at Athgar. Did you get a letter?
I received no letter.
I can be a part of the team without bias, and
I
will
slam my
communicate.
hands on the table and I said, "This is absolute bullshit," and I walk away.
Aren't these kinds of temper tantrums exactly what got us into this in the first place?
I hear you over my shoulder and I said, "Usually it's you walking away," and I just
Notice
keep
that
going.
I'm not now.
I just keep going.
The letter that you wrote to Athgar. When you
I
get
left with his mentor.
I have not been back to the sanctum.
Ah,
It's a moot point. What matters now is what we decide to do going forward. So, I am perfectly capable of working as part of this team. And if the team decides that you're to join, I will have no problem working with you.
Well, Athgar stands up. Lady Leena. Kylandril. When you four have made your decision, let me know. In the meantime, I'm going to
Would you be willing to rejoin us, Athgar?
Over his shoulder as he walks out the door, he says, "Ask me in the morning." Closes
Sorry,
the door
can you
behind
come
him.
back, please?
I'm out the door. I'm out the room.
I send a message. Sorry, can you come back, please?
I'm too tired for this. I'm going to bed.
Ugh, she won't come back. So, what I suggest is that we all go to bed. And in the morning, when we are clear-eyed and have all of our hit points back, we might talk about this in a civil tone.
That's fine.
That's probably for the best. You are tired, you are hurt. And there is more here than I knew.
There always is, Auntie. There always is.
You are not wrong. But yes, sleep. I knew the young man was nursing a broken heart, but I didn't understand why. I understand a little more now.
I'm sure his heart is intact. Perhaps his ego was bruised.
With all due respect, Lady Kylandril, I have seen many more years than you, and I have seen many more broken hearts. It is not his ego that was bruised, or not alone.
I'll take your word for it.
There's lots of broken hearts, Gwen. Not just romantic ones.
I understand.
Well, I will have breakfast ready in the downstairs dining room in the morning. I would be pleased for you to avail yourselves of it. I will make certain that the food is there, but no one else is, in case you wish to have a discussion.
I appreciate you and your discretion and your wisdom.
Well, we'll see if it's wise. It seems to me that it is, but I'm not always the best judge. My view of the world is a bit colored.
Certainly.
Well.
And she tells you where the 4 rooms are that she's prepared. And she says you can divvy them up however you wish. Like, who takes what room doesn't matter.
I take a room and I go to sleep.
Can't hear you.
I go to a room and I don't say a word to anyone. I'm just focused on being alone
Oh,
with my thoughts.
before I go, I hug Arabelle. And I hug Gwen. And I hug my aunt. And then I go.
Okay.
I leave the room, 'cause I'm guessing I'll be the last one. I
Mm-hmm.
look at Leena and say thank you for giving him a safe place.
This was not a safe place, but he was not looking for safety.
I didn't mean that. Just
He earned his place here. But I do worry what it has done to his spirit. I wish I could have seen it myself and not been forced to rely on my lord to show me. But he is out of balance. He was out of balance when he arrived. But this is different. He needs to heal. Mostly from, unfortunately, I believe what he has done in my service.
Let me get what I did to him.
Well, I cannot say I know what is in the young man's heart at this point. Things will work themselves out on whatever path they were meant to. The one thing my time serving Pharaohs has shown me is that everything comes to the end it was supposed to.
Makes her way to
And as everyone settles in to renew themselves after a good day and an arduous night, that's where we'll stop. And we will pick this up the following morning as we head into our post-100 episodes. So, as always, thank you for watching. Thank you for making this journey with us. Remember, be smart and stay healthy. The CDC has now said, yeah, COVID's here to stay, which is not great news. And there's this monkeypox thing. So, listen to the experts, follow their advice, stay safe, keep everyone you care about safe. It's all we can do. And we will see you next Tuesday night as we welcome you once again back to the lands of Aecathan. Thanks for watching, and good night, everybody.